Hi, here we go. I clicked go live 10 seconds ago and it was supposed to go live and it didn't. So I'm going to redo my intro. Hi, I'm Nicole Heiser. This is Nicole Heiser Products. Here I talk uh, about my nonfiction platform where I write nonfiction books, as well as my stationary business platform where I release journals and planners and stationery stuff like that. I am working on the final edits of my novella, my memoir, which is um, also I am supposed to be launching the 2022 planner and the self-development journal in September as well, but the dates may be pushed back. I don't want to say until we get a little bit closer to time because of finances. I'm not able to get the few extra supply things that I need to get in order to be able to launch at that date. I still need to get me a sticker maker machine. Um, and I only say it like that because I'm not getting a now I can't remember which is the name I'm actually getting and which is the name I'm not getting. But that's why I say that, so I don't actually say the brands that I don't like and all that. Um, Also my thank you. My self-development journal, um, it could possibly come out in September as well still. Um, but the thing is I was wanting the memoir and the journal to come out in the same month, but I think the journal may be coming out 2 to 4 weeks after, and that's perfectly fine. Um, the journal, I have everything I need to make it except for the censure, and I need to get some more printer paper, but the cover sheets that I'm going to be getting. I need to get those. And that's another thing that's holding me back from doing the planners. I have a certain uh, weight I'm getting for the cover sheets for both, and a certain weight I'm getting for the interior sheets for the planner. Plus, I have to get sticker paper and all of that. That was my 1-year-old cat in there getting into stuff. Um, so those things may be held back a little bit. I am still hoping and planning to release all three of them this year. Um, as I said, the memoir, as long as the edits and everything are completely done by September, it will be published in September. There's nothing really holding that back at the moment. The self-development journal and the planner, I need extra supplies for that, and right now I can't afford it. Uh, Run into some really rough patches with finances the last couple of months that put me back some, and uh, it's been rough. So I'm trying to get back on my feet, trying to get leveled out so that I can invest in those things and put out the products at the value, at the still value, but at the best I possibly can. Plus, I'm going to be designing stickers and stuff for the planner and releasing those too. And I still haven't even started on that because I don't have the software yet or anything like that. It just, the last few months have really held me back. Um, so I'm not writing anything for Camp Nano on this platform. I am, however, on my fiction platform. And here on my nonfiction platform, I am all about speaking your truth and saying upfront what it is, being completely transparent with all of you about my emotions. And here I talk about me in depth. If that sounded so condescending or so self righteous. Yes, that's the word. But more of this is the shit I've gone through. I will tell you everything so that it can possibly help you go through the same thing or heal from going through those things. And that is the biggest thing about this platform. Besides the planners, everything else, that's just extra. That's the main reason I wanted to do the memoir and the self development journal because I wanted to tell you my story and then I wanted to show you what I did in the last 2, almost 3 years that helped me get to where I am now and where I'm going so that you can make that progress too. And that's my most important uh, mission on this platform. So I tell y'all about everything. I tell y'all about my fiction platform, my children's book platform, everything. So uh, I am writing a new book, but it's for my fiction platform. But if I get my words in for Nano for the day, I jump over to my other editing projects, and that's why it's productivity sprints. I am here on this platform and Nicole Heiser Products, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday and Thursdays for live productivity sprints from 8 a.m. until usually 11:30, and then I break for lunch and the stream ends. Uh, if you want extra productivity sprints, you can jump over to my other channel, my fiction platform at NL Heiser Writes for live productivity sprints at 8 a.m. until 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. So I'll be over there in the morning. And doing it this way, I'm flipping back and forth 5 days a week, so I get extra sprints in. I'm working every day that I'm writing that's on my schedule to write, because Saturdays are just bonus if I choose to. Then I'm here in front of you getting the work done, and being here with you helps motivate me to keep going. Um, in saying that, I thought I was going to sneeze again. Allergies, I tell you. But in saying that, I will be using the Forest app as well as the clock on my, like the timer clock on my computer, because my phone is stupid and likes to cut off on me sometimes. Um, I am, however, creating my own timers for writing sprints and productivity sprints. I have one done. I still need to do like 3 more because I want one for each of the different times that I am making. And then I will be creating one for like when you come to a live and you got that 30-second countdown, which didn't happen today because I did that and I hit live and it didn't go live. I thought we were. Um, but when that 30-second countdown happens before the live, I'm going to be creating a different countdown for that as well. Something really cool for both of my platforms, something a little bit different for each of them, I think. But it takes a little bit of time to make it, but it actually takes longer to download it and to store it in my computer. So that's the only thing that's holding me back. And yesterday, instead of working on that after work, because I just love to play with Canva anyway, so when I'm playing with Canva, it doesn't really feel like work, it's just fun. On my fiction platform, I am actually writing book 3 of 4 in my series right now. And the covers have not quite been right. Uh, I had the first 2 covers done, but they looked good. They had the different layers of dimension and the character element and all of that in there, and it looked good, but it just didn't seem right. And I was having a really hard time trying to find a way to make all 4 books look cohesive together so they'd look pretty on your bookshelf sitting together. Um, but also, I want them to look like they're a series together. I want them to look like they belong together. Um, I was having a really hard time trying to figure out how to do that. And also, some of my alphas said that even though the story was really good and it met the um, genre and age range that I'm going for, the covers seemed off. The covers didn't match it, or it just seemed like it was missing something and nobody could really tell what. So I was like, yeah, I have to fix this cover situation. And the first book is coming out in October. So I needed to really figure out what's going on with the covers. And last night something clicked and I designed all 4 of the covers for the series. Just the front covers. I haven't done the back covers yet. I won't do that until the final edits are completely done so I know the size, so then I can know the spine. But I know exactly how I want to do it. But I designed all 4 of these covers last night, and they were the most beautiful covers I have ever done. And I am so proud of myself because I'm getting better and better each time. And I can't even show you because I haven't revealed them to the public yet, and I need to talk to my alphas first and get their opinions because they're part of my team and they uh, were being honest and telling me that they didn't quite fit right. So I want to show them the new covers and get their opinions and essentially like their go ahead that I'm on the right track or that they're right or that they're as beautiful as I believe they are. And then I can reveal them to the public. But I won't be revealing book 4 to the public until my alphas read this book. Because they have to read this book, book 3, and then I have to explain some things. Because they're going to have some questions at the end of it. And then I can show them the covers and while I'm explaining, and then I can possibly then reveal the covers to the public because part of the reason I'm waiting to tell my alphas the secret until after they read book 3 is because I want that shock value. I want to get their initial organic response and to get their honest opinions on how I should go about telling the public. Should I just tell them now? Should I wait until book 3 is published and then be like, oh yeah, da 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 da. Uh, what route do they think would be the best way? Because essentially they're my first readers. So how would other readers react? How would it affect my sales? Like, knowing this, how many of my alpha readers would continue to read the series? Um, so I can see about how much that's going to change when it comes to my future readers when they publish. Ugh. Shit. Okay. But that's a whole nother topic, and it's for my fiction platform. So, my word count goal for today is 2,273. So, I'm going to go ahead and open up my document real quick. And then we'll get into the first sprint of the morning since I've sat here and just talked for 16 and a half minutes. Okay. I'm already like a quarter of the way through the book. It's crazy. Okay. I get my phone for the fourth step. The first sprint is going to be a 10-minute warm-up sprint. Okay. 10 minutes on the clock. Ready, steady, work. And I'm going to mute myself so you don't hear my squeaky, noisy chair. And I will talk to you again in 10 minutes. And that's time. Okay, the next sprint is going to be for 15 minutes. And I got 145 words. Not bad for 10 minutes. Plus, I googled really quick what time of day low tide is. I thought it was like either sun up or sundown was low tide, and the opposite was high tide. Because I live close to the beach. I don't want to live anywhere close to the beach. I like the lakes and the rivers. The beach, no. Um, so I needed to check, and apparently it's every about 12 hours, depending on where you live. So it could be low tide at 4 a.m. and low tide at 4 p.m. And then high tide at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And the distance between those could be completely wrong. It's just, I'm saying. So I'm trying to think because my characters right now, they are moving towards the bad guy's lair, so to say. But they've crossed the mountains and they've come to a point where the island shifts and there is a sandbar that they can walk across to get to another grouping of mountains. And it's the only place that he could have gone. And that is where he is. He's on the other side of this grouping of mountains. But the only way they can get there is to cross this sandbar. And the sandbar is not very wide. It's only wide enough for maybe a truck to pass over. And this is, they don't have trucks and stuff. Um, but a huge storm has been raging for like 3 days. So the water is really high, even with poking her sword down into the water from sword tip poking, like piercing the sand, the water still rose to her shoulder. Now it's down to her elbow, but that's still pretty high when you can't see your footing. There's big boulders in the way, and it's just the two of them. They have their familiars, but the waves are still crashing viciously because the storm, it's eased up, it's not raining, but it's still there and more clouds are rolling in. So it doesn't look like the storm's going to go away. It looks like it's about to start anytime. So I'm trying to think, do they go ahead and try to cross when it's going to come up to pretty much their shoulders when they get in? Or do they still wait? And I sort of need them to wait, but would they wait? Like, I need them to wait because I know what's coming. I know that their friends are coming to help them. So if they wait there, their friends will make it there in time. But would these two sisters, would they wait? Or would they just go for it? So, I don't know. And I guess I should know because I know these characters more than anyone. But I just don't. They're going into a battle alone that they know they're not coming out of. They don't know that their friends are coming. All they knew was the kingdom had so little people left, and their magical friends had so many people left. I mean, so few people left that even if they all fought at her side, at their side, they would the bad guys' army, so to say, was still so large that they would all die. So instead of bringing their friends to their death, they're hoping that they can go and give them some sort of chance at life by doing this on their own. So it's just these two 20-year-old girls and their familiars. They have no idea that their friends have decided that they're coming anyways. It's just them. They're going to a battle against this bad guy and all of his horde army, and they know that they're not going to survive this. So even though they're pressing on and they're Ripley, get down, and they want to fight this fight, they want to end this war, at the same time, they don't want to do it just yet because who wants to run at their death? Um, and at the same time, the storm is about to start up at any time. So the water could even rise even farther at any time. So I'm trying to think, would they go ahead and just push through and do it and get to the other side before the storm starts again? If they can get to the other side. Or would they wait? The complexities of being a writer and creating your own world and characters that only you know what's in their heads. So I have to decide. I mean, they have their familiars, they have their magic. They can both swim. They're swimming in r- really rapid waves. Oh, yeah, and that's a whole other thing, too. It's all covered in fog right now. Thick ass fog. I know fog don't set over water like that, but it is right now. It's an unnatural fog. But they can't even see the boulders that's in their way that they're going to have to weave around. And from where they're standing on shore, even when it was clear, they couldn't see where the sandbar ends. So they could easily drop off of the sandbar and just be in deep ass water in the ocean. But they have their familiars too. They have a wolf and a lynx, and both of them are larger than their usual, typical of their species. Because They're familiars. Oh, I may end up having to stay here for this next 15-minute sprint the entire time and just think of what they would actually do. Because I write uh, consecutively. So if I try to skip ahead, which I never do, I'm still not going to get it right because this is going to lead into that in some way. And if I skip ahead, once I figure it out, I'm going to have to rewrite everything from this point on, like all of it, in order to fix it. So I think it's more logical to just think about it before. Okay, let's get into the next sprint and see how this goes. 15 minutes on the clock. And right. And we're back. Okay. So, I actually sort of came up with an idea. Sort of. $2.47. I won't go into too much detail about it because I already said too much. But I think I came up with an idea that works for both of them. Yeah, I just have to. I have to think of what they're going to use with their magic. Because there was a reason they wasn't using their magic to this point. But now they know that either way, whether they have to swim across or use their magic, they're going to be exhausted by the time they get to the opposite shore. So, plan B. Okay, the next sprint is going to be for 20 minutes. If you hear all that noise in the background, I am very sorry. They have been doing some sort of construction at this house, uh, like right around the corner, like down the road here, for about a week now. I don't know what all they're doing, but they're loud as hell. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the next spread. 20 minutes on the clock. Ready, set, work. And that's time. Hmm. I didn't expect that scene to be so emotional. 4:15. So how did y'all do? So yeah, yesterday I finished my words right on time. Well, it was a little bit over, but I ate lunch and I edited 2 chapters of book 1, sort of. I start realizing while I was writing this book how one of my alphas said I switched from past to present tense fairly often. And I didn't see it before. I was like, everything's in past tense. I looked at all the words, and I'm in the first book doing like the final major round of edits, and I've already gone through the first few chapters. But seeing what I'm writing in this book, I was trying to realize what she's talking about. It's the way my writing voice, the it's very specific in how I structure the sentences. And in doing so, sometimes in the second part of the sentence, the tense will change, but it still sounds right. Um, you don't really notice it unless you're looking very hard, and then you're like, oh, wait a second. Um, because it's stuff that even when you're reading it out loud, you can miss it. But, uh, well, even when you're reading it, just read it through, you can miss it. Um, but I went back to the first 2 chapters yesterday and read them completely out loud and went sentence by sentence and changed where it did switch from past tense to present tense in places I hadn't noticed before. So even though I had done those chapters before, I did them again and I still counted them because I did them. And all this week, I haven't gotten hardly sorry, any other work done except for new words. So it felt good to get that done, and now I'm like, okay, now I know what to look for. Now I get what she was saying. And it's coming together really well. I may have to change the chapter headings though, because I had created a chapter heading, like a decorative piece for the chapter heading, and I like it. It really looks good on the page, but I don't know if it suits the books. And I would like to use the same one throughout the entire series. So I may do that today. I may play on Canva some more and try to find one that actually suits the series that I could create it to a chapter heading, just like the one I have, but just replace it and use it throughout all of the books. I really like a standout chapter heading throughout books. It just makes it look even more professional, and it gives the eye a little bit extra eye candy to see. So I even thought about doing like for each chapter, the entire page is this, and then you go to the next chapter. But I don't think that suits this series very well. However, I may do that in my next fantasy series. I think it would suit that series very well. But it's just one of those things I like to play around with. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. 20 minutes on the clock. Ready, steady, go, go, go. And that's time. And I am sorry that you just seen me cry like a baby. um, I didn't expect for for this chapter to be so emotional. Um, but it's meant to be. And yeah, it's not the first time viewers on this platform has ever seen me cry, but it's 375 words. Um, However, I do believe it's the first time you've ever seen me cry writing a scene. I don't think we get to see that very often, to see authors actually get emotional while writing a scene live on YouTube. But that's the genuine heart of a writer. Authors, we create these grand worlds and these deep layered characters that we as the writer, as the author, we fall in love with first. We hate first, we love first, we celebrate with first. And sometimes they wreck us. I've written scenes before where I literally had to take an hour break because I was weeping so drastically that I couldn't even see to continue. I just couldn't. I had to step away until I could calm myself and come back and finish the scene. And sometimes those are the most powerful scenes for your story and for your readers. But also, as a writer, that is an incredible uh, showing of proof that you are good at this. That if you can make yourself cry, if you can make yourself laugh, if you can make yourself utterly break because of a character or something that's happening in your story that you are writing as you write it. Now, it's just as important if it's during edits, but especially if you're writing the very first draft and you break down in this way over a scene or a character, you know you wrote it well. You know you're on the right track. And I don't know. It's just a genuine, visceral response. And I am 3 books in. I'm writing book 3. I cried so much in book 1. I cried again really hard at book 2. I'm crying now in book 3, and the bad stuff hasn't even happened yet. This is just leading up to the bad stuff, and it's just one of those moments. You know what's coming, like from the character point of view. You know what's coming. You know you're not going to make it out of it alive. And you go through all the emotions of, I don't want to do this because I don't want to die. I want to live. I just found magic. I found family. I don't want to die. I don't want to see them die beside me. I don't want to do this. And at the same time, feeling and knowing that you have to, because this is the only way you're giving your friends and your family a chance to survive and live beyond this war. It's a very confusing mix of emotions and thoughts, and it's only natural for these characters to run through these emotions and to break down right on the cusp of battle, because we see all too often, even in books and movies, characters that are going into battle, they're on their way, and their nerves are completely wrecked. They're exhausted. They've been fighting for days, and they're about to go into another fight, and they're just broken in so many ways, and they just move into the next stage. They move into the next fight. They just go with it. And that is a completely genuine, natural flow of events for some people. But for others, sometimes you break down. Sometimes there's that guy that cannot force himself to go any further. And I say guy as in general, just person. I say guy like dude. uh, Sometimes there's the people that just break down in a panic attack or crying, and they have to talk about it for a little while before they can move on. And sometimes you don't have time for that, and sometimes you do. Like in this situation, they're choosing whether to wait or to go on. And during this time, all of these emotions and nervousness and heartbreak, because they just said goodbye to their friends and family, and they know what's coming, and grieving for them, grieving for their own lives, the feeling of wanting to turn around and run, and the feeling of wanting to run into battle. All of this mixed emotion is writhing inside of them, and they've been in this place waiting, ready to go, and not wanting to go. It's only natural that these emotions would boil over at this point. Their only last chance to say anything to one another before all hell breaks loose. So, even though I didn't expect it, it is a natural timing for it. So, it sort of broke me. I was crying, but it is what it is. We're just going to take another minute break and then we'll get into the next sprint. We still have 4 more sprints. Let's go put it a little past 11 as usual, but at the same time, that's perfectly fine. I need to take a little bit of a break. Okay. I really wish I could show y'all the covers. That would lighten the mood a little bit. And like, I'm so obsessed with these covers that I'm like, I want to show you now. Okay. 20 minutes on the clock. Ready, set, right. And next time. Hmm. 204. Not a lot, but I'm trying to figure out how to lead up to the next scene. I know exactly what's coming and what's going to happen. I just need to find the perfect way to lead into that. That construction work is so loud out there. I'm sorry, I always have Discord up, so I'm always jumping over uh whenever I get a chat. Plus, that's how I'm staying connected with a couple of my uh alphas too. Of course, they can email me and stuff, but they know I'm on Discord all the time. That's actually how I found a few of them. So that's an easy way that we could get on and just chat with each other instead of waiting for emails to go through and stuff. And I like it. So I even started sending out invites to the Discord to all of my other alphas, uh, just to let them know, like, hey, if you have Discord, you can pop over here. I'm here. Anytime my computer's up, I'm on Discord. I have it open in a tab constantly. And the only time my computer is shut down is if I'm off work on Sundays. I try not to even turn on my computer. Um, if my work is done for the day, I'm not looking at YouTube videos or anything else, I'll shut it down. But that's usually not until like at least 5 p.m., maybe later. And I'm up at 5 a.m. So I'm on Discord like all day. Alright, we got 3 more sprints. I'm gonna count this up real fast though. Well, I'm not gonna count it. I'm gonna use a calculator. Because who has time for that? 145 plus 247 plus 415 plus 375 plus 200 so far. 1382 so far. So I need to get like 900 words. And I can do that fairly easily in the next 3 sprints. So mm, You know you're getting old when you stretch real good, but you pull when you stretch real good, you can feel a spot in your back that's like, if you stretch just a little bit more, I'm gonna go out on you. So then you're like, eh, maybe I shouldn't do that. But the stretch feels so good, so I just need to start doing more yoga and stuff. When I'm in shape, I don't hurt so bad. My back's not so bad or temperamental like that where I can stretch and either feel really good or really fuck myself up. It's just a very thin line. And when I'm in shape, I don't have to worry about giving myself an injury while I sleep. Yes, that's happened. That happened like last month. I didn't even know that that particular injury was possible at all, but it was. And it happened while I slept. So I'm just thankful that I heal very quickly compared to most people. So, an injury that normally takes sometimes 3 to 4 months to heal completely healed with me in 3 weeks, which is very crazy when you think about it, but it is what it is. I've always been able to heal fairly quick. That's why, like my tattoos and stuff, they're healed within like a week. I might have a couple scabs here and there, but that's it. Okay. It's one thing about Discord. You could jump into the middle of conversations that are like, huh? But let's jump over to the next sprint. It's going to be a 20-minute sprint. Hey, my phone starts. Okay. 20 minutes on the clock. Ready, steady, right. And that's time. I guess I forgot to mute the mic during that, so if you heard me sniffing because of my freaking allergies, I'm very sorry. 367. So how are you doing this morning? It's 11 o'clock here. So it's actually probably maybe dinner time in the UK, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's around dinner time in the UK. I'm still trying to learn about like all the time zones and stuff. For my career, but also I have friends and team members and stuff that are in the UK and Australia, and poor Australia's in winter right now. I don't know. Does Australia get snow? Y'all let me know. I don't know. But they're still in winter, which sucks. But the weather here has been so weird that I'm ready I'm ready for fall weather. Like, I don't want school to start back up. That's a whole stressor right now. Um, but I'm ready for leggings and campfires and fall leaves and pumpkins and Halloween. So ready for Halloween. I even have my fall cup, but it wasn't because of fall. This is a metal tumbler, and this is the only one I have that actually keeps my stuff hot for hours. I've been streaming for 3 hours now, and it's not hot because I've had the mouthpiece open, but it's still like warm. And when hot coffee gets cold, I don't like it anymore. Even though I like cold brew coffee and like frozen lattes. Frozen lattes is my shit. Um, but once a hot coffee goes cold, I just don't like it anymore. I don't know why. I guess it's just one of those things that I'm weird, so I don't know. It is what it is. I am who I am. Whatever. And quite a few people that I follow on YouTube have posted videos today. So I guess I'm watching a lot of YouTube later. I could do that while I do work. My editing and stuff. Um, we do have two more sprints left. It's 11 o'clock. So we're going to get it done about 12. So my lunch break will be a little late. But that's okay. I'm not quitting until I get all my words in. And my goal is 2273. I am at 1749. So I only need 524 words left. No, you're good. Hey, you're still here, and we still got 2 more sprints to go. So I really appreciate it. Before this month, I rarely had anybody come into my streams. So, like, I really appreciate you either being here for 2 sprints or at all. Like, I really do. So, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming. And we still have 2 more sprints. You can still get a couple more sprints in before the stream's over. And how are you today? I'm sorry about my noisy chair and the annoying ass construction outside. Oh. I love having you on here so I could talk to you every time too. It actually really does help me stay motivated too. And I've been doing YouTube since January 1st or January 1st, 2nd, somewhere around there. I started in January. And it's a little disheartening sometimes when you do a stream and no one shows up or says anything. So sometimes you're like, should I keep doing this when I'm just talking to myself? But I mean, it adds up over time. And just like with writing books, you have to have a backlist. Oh, yeah. I might be ordering some Uber Eats later to get my special coffee from Sheets. Sheets is just down the road, but I don't have a ride. So I'm just thinking about ordering Uber Eats and getting coffee delivered and maybe some French fries. Get one of the buckets of French fries. My daughter will like that. That's awesome. 3,000 already? That's cool. Yeah, it, I'm getting better at being patient about it. Yeah, I have a coffee maker. It's just every once in a while I like to go to Sheets and Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts. I think those are pretty much like the big coffee places around here. They're all pretty much the same as well as uh, how good it is to me at least. I'm not like a huge coffee connoisseur. I love coffee. I don't need the bougie stuff. So I could go to Sheets and get a special coffee every once in a while just to because I wrote 1,000 words that day or whatever, and it makes me feel good. So, oh, I do like McDonald's coffee. I don't get to go there for coffee very often. That's like farther into town. I'm so sorry you heard all that in the background. Autumn, please close the bathroom door. She's still little, so she keeps the door open while she goes potty. So, well, she's not very little anymore, but yeah, stay over that way because you're not fully dressed yet. Did you sleep good? Yeah. Slept in pretty good. Okay, we're going to get into the next sprint. It's going to be a 20-minute sprint as well. Get my phone open up here. I keep seeing like a cat hair on my nose, probably stuck on my nose stud. My one kitty, she is a floof ball. She doesn't like the brush or anything like that at all. She freaks out. And so anytime I pet her or give her loves and kisses, it's just of hair and it gets everywhere. all the time, and I constantly like check and make sure that I don't have hair on my face or my hands or whatever. It's just everywhere, and she doesn't like to be brushed or anything. So, oh, I'm so sorry. I have two right now. My sissy bear, she's older. She's maybe about 10 years, and I've had her for 3, maybe 4 years now. I'm not certain. I'll have to look it up. But she's an older cat and she had a rough life. So she's very nervous and anxiety ridden most of the time. And then I have Ripley. She just turned a year old and they still don't get along very well. And she still makes Sissy's anxiety even higher. And so I'm actually looking for her a new home right now because I have to look at what's best for both of them. And if they're not going to connect and they're not ever going to get along, I have to look at what's best for both of them. And especially Sissy is so anxiety ridden and emotionally distraught all the time when she's around that it's just gonna be better for both of them. And I guess I'll just be a one cat household for now. She has been around dogs in the past. I'm thinking about getting a dog, but it'll have to be going into a house instead of an apartment. Cat, we'll have Sissy. We'll still have Sissy, but she's used to dogs. She gets along with dogs. I don't know why dogs and not cats. I guess because the other cats bullied her. Sissy's a calico, so a lot of the cats that she was around before she came to live with us would bully her, and we think that that's why, because she was a calico, and we don't really understand why, but just like people, people could just be stupid about stuff like that too. So, uh, but she seemed to like the dogs, so hopefully she'll get along with a dog later on. Because once we get into a house, I definitely want to get a big dog, a family dog, but also one that can help watch over us in the house, so we're protected. Yeah, maybe because dogs are just so much more playful and cats are just temperamental. Is that the word for it? They definitely have their personalities. And Sissy is such a sweet cat. Like she doesn't mess with anything. Like if she goes to jump on the bed, she'll like reach up and she'll look at me and wait until I tell her that everything's out of the way that she can jump up and then she'll jump up. If she wants to come across me on the bed or something, she'll do like a really light bunny hop over me and make sure that she doesn't touch me or anything else. She's always really careful not to mess with anything. And even when she meows, like, it's such a soft voice. The only time she ever gets loud is over canned food because she is obsessed over canned food. And she's getting older, so I'm starting to supplement more with that. And then she'll get a little bit more vocal, but usually it's just a just a really quiet, like, break your heart meow. I'm like, oh. And then the little one, Ripley, she is the most vocal cat I have ever seen. Like, she will talk to you, she will do the chirping thing, she will holler constantly. Like, I have to watch when we leave, but, like, thankfully, our neighbors moved, so even if they wanted to complain in the future, they're not here now, so but she is so vocal that I'm like, "Oh, the neighbors might start saying something," because she just talks constantly. Yeah, that's how Sissy is too. She's such a lady. Ripley, like, she'll come when you call her name too, and so I can holler from the other side of the apartment and be like, Ripley, and she'll come around the corner and she'll be looking and she'll take off running and she'll be talking the entire time. It's hilarious. It's a we're gonna miss her when she's gone, but this way she'll have a better home too that hopefully one with other kids and stuff and possibly not in an apartment where they have to worry about her being so loud all the time because she's also one of those feisty still kitten age that likes to get into stuff and she likes to talk constantly more than any cat I've ever seen. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, your Pop Tarts and Pop is in the living room on the table already waiting for you. Or just go back to sleep. That's fine. Okay, let's get into the next sprints. Open my phone again. Okay. Alright, let's do it. 20 minutes on the clock. Ready, set, right. And that's time for that uh sprint. Yes, that's the word. I'm a writer. Words are hard. Apparently, my daughter is going to go back to sleep just in my bed now. 354 words that time. Did you snort?
Now why?
No way. Alright, the next sprint is going to be for 25 minutes. The final sprint of this writing session.
Go away.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm working. You go away.
Daddy.
You're being rotten this morning.
Why?
Oh no, you tell me why. Oh really? So you have rotten silly dreams and now you wake up being rotten and silly? Trying to steal mommy's bed? Yeah. That's how this works? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You think you're slick, don't
Yeah.
you? I think you're rotten and spoiled.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Bob.
Shh. One, the sirens ain't gonna stop just 'cause you say stop. And two, they're down Sand Branch. They ain't not coming up here. Otherwise, they would have got louder. Okay. All right, let's get into the last sprint of this writing session today. We're going to do a 25-minute sprint, the last session. So let's make it count. Ready, steady, right. And that's time. That was the last sprint of today. What are you doing, Ripley? Come here. Come here. I'll chill. I want to show you on the camera. She doesn't like to be held. Even though when she was a baby, she wanted to sit on your face. So, say hi. Say hi. Okay. Okay. Go play. Okay. Uh, let's see here. I think I just finished that scene at a good spot too. I'm still not in the fights as I thought I would be today, but 354 words. Wait, what? Seriously? Okay. Exactly the same amount of words as last time. 354. But at the same time, I did very emotional scenes where I actually broke down and cried on camera. Um, yes, I see, baby. Go in there and play. In the living room, please. Go on. Autumn. Don't steal my ball. She's trying to sneak off with my big old yoga ball. Like she could sneak away with a ball bigger than her. Almost bigger than her. Anyways, like I wrote a few very good emotional scenes, broke down on camera, so I know that it was a good scheme. Um, I wrote straight up until they're about to cross the water and go into battle. So that's a good spot to end on. And I just crossed the 15,000 word mark. 15,000 words in my book already, which is incredible. Let's see here. 15,132. 15,132. I wrote 2,461 words today. Two thousand 461. That's awesome. My goal is 2273. So about 200 over again. Let me write this down. 2273. 246. 2461. and 15, 132. I crossed the 15K mark, and today's the 8th. Over 15,000 words in 8 days. Hi. Oh, wait, would you say hi to the kitty? Yeah, she doesn't like me picking her up. Now she's just sitting here staring at me like, are you going to get my food anytime? Her food's in there. And her water. She's got all of her stuff. She likes to come with you everywhere, especially to the bathroom. You go to the bathroom, she gets mad if you close the door. Even in the bath, if you're in the bath or in the shower, she wants to come in there. She wants to get up on the thing, but as soon as the water touches her, she's out. She flips out. But she has to make sure you're okay. Oh, Lola, that's a pretty name. Sissy Bear, her name was Sissy when I got her, and she was an older cat, so of course she knew her name. But I call her Sissy Bear. And Ripley, I got to name her, and I named her after Ripley from the Alien movies. Exactly. If I can make myself cry or laugh or whatever from a scene, I know it was a great scene and I did good. And actually, those scenes are the ones that need less edits uh, when it comes down to it. Like, I still have to edit just about every scene, like just little things or big things, whatever. But those scenes are usually the ones that are almost untouched when it comes down to the final book. So when I get really emotional and actually break down and cry, I'm like, I did good. And actually, the final scene that I just wrote here, like, it wasn't as super. Well, it was a different kind of emotion. It was like an elated emotion, but I just wrote a phrase, a string of dialogue that I'm going to end up pulling the quote from. I pull quotes from books I read, but also from books I write that I absolutely love and I can use in advertising and stuff, but just things that I want to remember. And like in this one, the very last like stream of lines in this scene, for context, during this series, during in this series, she loses the love of her life. He gets killed when they're fighting monsters and bad guys. Gets killed in front of her, and I mean, it's horrible. I bawled like a baby. That was the scene that I had to like take an hour break. Um, and she's talking to her dad, and her dad lost his wife, her mom, the night when she gave birth to the twins. After they were born, she named them, and she died. And he says that I wish he never had to know that pain. And she says the time was worth the pain. So stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, I gotta pull that quote. Yeah, there's times that I have to stall for a couple of days to write anything because I know that's coming, or I'll watch like a happy movie afterwards or something just to mentally prepare or repair myself. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling good about the stats so far. I never really paid too much attention to like how many keywords I have after how many days. It's just like, okay, I get this amount of words this day and this amount, and it adds up. And I'm just like, yay, I made it past the 15K mark. But I never actually paid attention to how many days it took me to get there. This is day 8. And actually, I'm only writing Monday through Friday. So I've only written, this is day 6 of writing. 6 days of writing, I'm past the 15K mark. So it's pretty good. I wish I knew what they were doing out there construction wise. It's getting louder. Okay, I am going to go watch a happy movie because I'm still a little distraught over the emotional scene. I'm gonna go watch a rom com or something. I think one of the YouTubers I follow is doing a video today on uh internet pranks. I love that. I am a major prankster, so I might go watch that and laugh. So I'm gonna go do that. Thank you for joining me, Kelly. Thank you again so much for joining me and hanging out and writing and participating in this. I really, really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And I will be back here. Today's Thursday, so I will be back here on this channel. Yeah. I will be back here on this channel to do live productivity sprints at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday morning. And that's every Tuesday and Thursday. If you want extra writing sprints, you could go over to my other channel at NL Heiser Writes for live productivity sprints at 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, and that's every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I'll be over there in the morning, and then after tomorrow, I'll be done for the weekend unless I choose to do some more Saturday. My rule for Saturdays is it's a bonus day. So if I choose to work, I'm only allowed to work until my daughter wakes up, and then that's it. And then I have to take the rest of the day off, and Sundays are completely off for family day because I'm trying to get more balance in my life. So I'm not working like 15 hours a day just because, oh, I have so much stuff I could still do and I got the energy, so why not? I'm finally doing something I love, and I'm an all in or no in type of person, so I'm kind of addicted to it right now, so I'm trying to balance. um, so, oh, yeah, that's definitely one of the quotes I'm going to have to pull because every once in a while I get those gems, and it's always in an emotional moment too. Either a really emotional moment, as in sad, or an angry, crazy moment. Because in my first series, I wrote part of the books is from the killer's perspective, and I learned in those books I write crazy and mad very well. It's a little frightening, but I did it. And sometimes I write scenes that certain quotes just pull at me. I might tweak them a little bit in edits, but for the most part, they stay the same, and I love them. So I'm definitely going to be keeping that one. The time is worth the pain. I like it. Um, so that's it for today. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to go take this cat in here so she can eat because apparently she doesn't want to walk in there by herself. And I'll see you next time. Thank you again so much for joining me. And remember, Oh, on this channel, I will be over here on Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for my live plan with me, where I just set up my planner for the next week and I do a little bit of an update from the week and chit chat. Um, but that's it. And thank you so much for coming and joining and participating. And remember, love yourself because you deserve your own love and acceptance, and you can't expect that from anyone else until you give that to yourself first, because your love and your acceptance is more important. So, love you. Bye.